All right. Hello. How's it going? That was very sudden and jarring music in my headphones. I don't know how it sounded on stream. All right. Hello, everybody. Welcome to week 1 of what I hope to be a weekly series, Pokemon Showdown Live with MagicActivatr. That is me. And yeah, I'm excited to finally be doing some like legitimate Pokemon Champions things, right? The game has been out for a minute. I've played a decent bit of it on my own. Mostly single stuff. I've played a little bit of doubles, but now we are really going to be diving into doing some Champions content. Like I said, hopefully this will be a weekly series. That is at least the plan for now. We'll see how things change. If you don't like the plan, give it 5 minutes. It'll probably change. But yeah, we're going to be doing Pokemon Champions Live. This is week 1, where we're going to be doing some stuff with MEGANIUM, which I am pretty excited about. So just a quick little, I guess, history lesson of sorts before we get too much into this. Years ago, I started a series called Pokemon Showdown Live with Magic, where basically each week we would go live, we would choose a Pokemon, and to sort of build a team around, and then we would build that team live on Pokemon Showdown, starting with that featured Pokemon, and building out the rest of the team from there. And I would interact with you guys and you guys would kind of have some input and throw your ideas at us, and we would basically build a team live and then take it onto the ladder and play with it and see how well we could do. And now that we have the ability to basically customize Pokemon in Pokemon Champions and team build in an efficient manner, I felt like it was the appropriate time to bring this back as sort of a revitalized live stream series and do it in Champions. And this will be a little bit different because obviously Champions has different formats than Pokemon Showdown. We're going to be playing VGC instead of 6v6 singles, which is what we used to do on the Showdown live streams. But I hope that the idea is to kind of revitalize some of that, because it was a lot of fun doing those back in the day, and so I think we can have some fun with this. So here is currently the plan for these first few weeks, the first 3 weeks. We are going to build around the Legend ZA starters, the new Mega Evolutions that came out. That's why we're starting with MEGANIUM here for week 1, because honestly, I haven't had a chance to really use them that much. And so apparently I made MEGANIUM cry. I don't know what I did. I hit a button. I don't know what button I hit. Oh. Apparently hit the shoulder button. It does its little cry. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to get so sidetracked doing this, but yeah, I wanted to build around these Legend ZA starters, the new Mega Evolutions, because I haven't really played with them that much myself. And I figure this current regulation is actually getting close to an end. There's only a few weeks left, so I figured we would go ahead and do these starters the first few weeks, and then I think by week 4 we may be into the next regulation. Maybe not. We might have one extra week, but right now the first few weeks we're gonna do this with the starters, and then from there we'll start shaking it up and choosing different starters. I would also like, ideally, to do a thing where I invite some of my friends who also play competitive Pokemon on, and team build with them as we go throughout this. And so hopefully after the first few weeks, I can start having some of my friends come on and join me in the live team building commentary section, and then we'll take the team on and battle with it, because that's kind of the plan. YouTube is breaking on my TV pretty badly. I think it's on my end, BRB. Okay, it looks like everything is running smoothly on my end, as far as I can tell. So, hopefully that's good. This is the first stream, so we may have some hiccups, and some of this will probably evolve as we go. Some of the formatting of this and everything, but that's basically the idea. That each week we're going to take a featured Pokemon, particularly since Mega Evolution is the current sort of meta format that we're playing in. We're going to choose a Mega Pokemon to sort of be the featured Pokemon that we build around. And then we're going to build the rest of the team out live. But to add a little bit of fun and a little bit of a challenge to the team building process, and to also kind of, I guess, add to some of the impromptu-ness of building these teams, what we decided to do is one of our team members on this team that we're building, besides our Mega, has to be drafted from the daily recruit pool. So after we sort of go over our starter Pokemon, our featured Pokemon, we'll draft a Pokemon from the recruitment pool, and one of those Pokemon has to be on the team. So that's locking in one of our slots automatically. And then, you know, depending on what RNG we get, what random Pokemon we end up getting, we're going to then have to sort of make adjustments and figure out how to make the rest of the team work. So the first two slots are going to be made up of our featured Pokemon, and then that one Pokemon that we pull from the daily recruits. And then the rest we'll build out using whatever other Pokemon we have available. I have every Pokemon in Pokemon Champions that it's currently legal available to use. I have them imported from home. So that should give us plenty of flexibility with the team building process. So that says, I was getting a weird 30-second delay, wouldn't stay live, and it kept buffering. I have some things on my TV that were likely messing with the live YouTube stream. I gotta work around and just gotta boot it. Just gonna boot it. Cool. So you got it figured out. You got it going on. Currently on the phone fixing the TV. Gotcha. All right. So I'm going to give Celeste a second to get the TV rebooted up. And then we will jump into the team building, which I'm kind of excited about. I'm a little bit nervous about because I, full transparency, am not a VGC player. I've played very little VGC. I think the most heavy I played VGC was probably during Sword and Shield, specifically early meta Sword and Shield. So doubles is not my strong suit, but I'm hoping this is going to, now that we have a legitimate format to build Pokemon relatively quickly and try some stuff out, that I'm going to get better at it. And we'll figure some things out. Cool. Numi's here. What's up, Numi? All right, so I think we are about ready to jump into this. So let's talk a little bit about Mega Meganium. Now, what you see on the screen right now is just the default Meganium set This is the Meganium that I got from the Battle Pass. So it's permanently recruited. And this is just kind of the default set, which is honestly probably fine as a starting place. I didn't want to build our team up entirely yet, or at least our starter up yet, because frankly, I think a big difference between VGC and singles is there's a little bit of crossover in VGC and singles, but in VGC, I think your Pokemon movesets have a tendency to change and tweak a little bit more around the rest of your team than singles. Like, a lot of times you can start with a singles Pokemon, go ahead and build out a set, and then build out from there. I think with VGC, it can be a little bit harder to say because sometimes you'll end up adjusting things a little bit more depending on how the rest of your team gets filled out. Plus, we're going to have one recruit that we don't even have any idea what it could be. It could be absolutely trash, right? Like, we could get 10 horrible Pokemon. So, like, honestly, I don't think there's any reason to actually start building out this set until we kind of start fleshing out the team. Now, this is generally a fairly... Like, this is not a bad set, like, as a starting place. Obviously, Mega Meganium has Mega Soul as its ability, which means that any of its moves that it uses while it's Mega Evolved get treated like they're in harsh sunlight, right? So it's basically like all of your attacks are happening as if sunny day is out, even if there's another weather format in play. So this is a relatively good starting place. I think there's a chance that we will change some of this out. For example, I know Weather Ball is pretty good on this Pokemon too, but some of that is gonna, and honestly, there's a good chance Synthesis is great, but there's a chance that might get swapped out for Protect or something. Just, it's gonna kind of depend on what the rest of our team looks like, right? So, again, this is not what Meganium is going to look like probably when it's done. We're going to build around it as we flesh out the rest of the team, right? So, that being said, let's go ahead and jump over to our recruits. And the date and time changed. Perfect. I guess that happens about 7 o'clock. So, yeah, let's go ahead and claim my daily login, right? Now, there's a chance, because I did play yesterday, so there's a chance my recruit is technically not refreshed yet, so I may have to... Game music is a little bit loud. Okay. Let me pull it down maybe about there. Hopefully that's better. Much better. Okay, perfect. Yeah, it's always hard to judge where that's going to be. All right. So this may not be truly... Yeah, so I have 22 minutes left technically, but we're just going to go ahead and pay the tickets to do the daily refresh thing. That's probably true. The main menu music may just be insanely loud, but it's cool. We'll work with it. All right. Okay. So, here's what we got. We've got Hisuian Typhlosion. We've got Avalugg. We've got Gourgeist, Noivern, Rhyperior, Beedrill, Sandaconda, Beartic, Galarian Slowbro, and Metacham. And actually, if you guys give me 1 second, I'm going to move this over here. Because the problem that I have, and this may end up getting changed a little bit in the future. The problem I'm running into right now is this is the best place for the face cam to be during actual battles, but it's not very helpful during actual team building and stuff. So I'm having to change my display a little bit just so I can actually see. Is that the large Gourgeist? I'm not jumbo variety. I'm assuming so. I'm assuming jumbo is the largest. Okay, so this is an interesting set of mons. Yeah, so we're working with Mega Meganium. So I think a couple of things for us to keep in mind is obviously one, it's going to be a fairy and a grass type, which means poison is going to absolutely obliterate it. It's weak to steel, fire, flying, ice. So we need to kind of bear those things in mind and figure out which of these Pokemon we can put on the team that works well. Does Metacam get Trick Ring? Swap Pure Power onto something on the back, and then have Trick Room for a slower team with a negative speed Meganium. That's interesting. I was gonna say, I think Meganium could possibly work on a Trick Room team. Obviously, it's not the slowest thing, but it's kind of in that interesting place, right? Where it's like in a middle tier where it could kind of function on either a faster team or a Trick Room team. So I almost, like, if we went Trick Room, I actually don't hate the idea of kind of having the ability to swap between modes depending on what our opponent is playing. Like, if they've got a generally faster team, we could play in a Trick Room mode. But if we're dealing with against a Trick Room team, we could functionally play outside of Trick Room. Other two that jump out to me are Typhlosion, just as a Scarf special attacker, or Noivern for a good teller. Yeah, so immediately the thoughts that pop out to me is obviously Noivern is great for Tailwind. Typhlosion is also strong. Now, there is another thing to keep in mind that I think is worth us considering before we jump into anything. Plus Hurricane on Noivern if we wanted to go Rain. Yeah, that's a good point too, because obviously with a Rain team, Rain is great with Meganium because it's going to basically neutralize that fire weakness. And it also gives us this kind of unique thing because we still functionally get our sun effects. Like, we still get full power Solar Beam, we still get full power Weather Ball and stuff. Like it's in sun, even though it's raining. So Noivern is actually a pretty fun option. Can I actually see? So it'll let me see its moves. I was wanting to see if I could actually check. And this might be a pull it up on the other. other monitor. Or drop my controller. Okay. Let's look. I kind of want to see. Noivern is gonna be relatively quick, a pretty decently quick. Another thing to note is that's kind of nice is Noivern being a dragon type gives us a start to a fairy dragon steel core with the Meganium, which is not bad. I think it's also worth noting that a kind of a cool thing about Meganium is you actually kind of have the ability to play two different core types. You can do a fairy steel dragon core, or you could do a water grass fire core. Fake out coaching, skill swap, trick room. He's relatively quick. Metachamp is interesting. There is good utility there. I would say... I also see that it gets round. I know a lot of people have been running Mega Beedrill with rounds just to pair with Sylveon for stronger special attack options. I'm not even fully sure how round works. Let me look at. Okay, if multiple Pokemon use this move in the same turn, the second user onward will act immediately after the first, and the power of the second round onward will be doubled. Okay. Interesting. Also, Meganium gets round. Oh, okay. I guess my only thing about that is I feel like that's an interesting tidbit. Although I don't know that it would end up being super... Like, I don't know if that would be a better tech to use. That's interesting, though. I've never actually used round. Which I guess makes sense because I don't play doubles very often, but... Cool. Alright. So here's what I'm thinking. I do not hate the option of Noivern. I'm open to Metacham as well. Is Slowbro worth considering? This is the interesting part, right? Because there's none that like just immediately are like, this is the obvious choice. And I don't know that any of these Pokemon are ones that you would normally put on a team with Mega Meganium. I think there are some potential options with Medicham that could be really cool. Like I said, Noivern, with that access to quick Tailwind and Hurricane, if we decided to go the route of setting up Rain, is interesting as well. So this is where the chat interaction comes in, all right? So I'll let you guys decide which way we want to go. Right now, I would say Noivern and Medicham are the interesting ones. Again, Mega. Hisuian Typhlosion is just a strong Pokemon. It would give us a fire, water, or give us the start to a fire, water, grass core, but that's kind of funny. He has Sunny Day by default. So I think either Medicham or Noivern, I think, is what's kind of standing out. So let's see. Main thing I'm seeing on Slowbro is Trick Room, also Skill Swap, Icy Wind, and Muddy Water. Which honestly, if the option was this, or we could add Milotic later, we'd rather with my... hey, listen, I don't mind Milotic ever. I am never mad about Milotic. I guess the question is, because this is really where it's what's gonna come down to is, do we think we're gonna try and make do we want to commit to the Trick Room sort of direction, or the more like Tailwind, speedy direction? I guess, because we're kind of like leaning opposite directions here. And I mean, I guess there still is a world that we could kind of split the difference and do both. That honestly is still a possibility. Medicham, we can kind of do both. Noivern, we kind of have to go Tailwind and Speed. Yeah. Honestly, you know, I think maybe with the fact that Medicham does have fake out access, I guess it's interesting because Metacam is... I think I've called this thing Metacam and Metacham both in the same stream. And I'll probably continue to do so. The funny thing about... The interesting thing about Metacham is, like, it's not particularly slow itself. Right? Because it's going to be base 80. Assuming we don't Mega Evolve it. I do like the Fake Out power, though. And the fact that we can potentially, like, skill swap Pure Power is interesting. You know what? I think we can... I think I'm down to go with Metacham if you guys want to do it. I do think with Noivern, Tailwind is great. And I'm not even saying that we don't still incorporate Tailwind. However, I think it does kind of lock us into needing... some other things. Like if we go with this, like we kind of have to commit to Tailwind. Metacam is interesting because again we still get some decent... Yeah, that's a good point. I think base Metacam is definitely a better support. I guess the main question is, does Metacam support Meganium, or is it there to support the things for when Meganium's not there? That's a fair point too. So are we deciding? Are we gonna go with Metacam? I think I'm down. I think I'm down for it. I think I'm down to try it at the very least. So we're gonna go ahead. I'm just gonna trial recruit it. I'm not gonna spend the VP because I do have one in my party, but I'm gonna recruit it just so that we have a record of which one we got. Because I'd rather spend the VP on actually building out the team. All right. So Mega Meganium and Metacam. This is immediately very interesting. So I think the first thing I'm gonna do is actually I always do it by Pokedex number because that's easier for me to find things. All right. Do we want it to be a coaching set and get a bulky physical attacker in the back, or do we want to try and build it more to work and support the Meganium as well? I think the first thing I want to do is actually look at what it has access to in terms of moves. Let's see. So it's base attack and base special attack is both 80. Obviously pure power. Now we talk about pure power, but if we go, depending on what type of support set, telepathy potentially has a place as well. So I think that is worth keeping in mind. Now, I do think there is a world so looking at the movesets here, obviously Fake Out is an obvious outlier. Does have round, like we said. Multiple Pokemon use this move in the same turn. The second user onward will act immediately after the first, and the power of the second round onward will be doubled. Or Telepathy and Mega Stone. That's a possibility as well. It does have Helping Hand access, which is also kind of nice. So let's think about big threats right now that we have to deal with, because I think one of the downsides to Mega Meganium is going to be the fact that we're having to work around a few things in particular that are pretty popular to see, such as like Mega Char Y, and honestly, with Sneasler being as fast as it is, it's kind of a huge threat as well. So those are some things that we need to keep in mind. So I think we definitely need to consider what is something good to take on Zard and Sneaslers. Obviously, with Sneasler being psychic or being poison fighting, a psychic type attack from Medicham honestly hits pretty hard. Like even if we're not necessarily like invested. I'm almost thinking, are the pledge moves in here? I haven't seen them yet, but Grass and Water Pledge lower speed. I don't know if they are. I haven't seen anyone use them. Let me see. The move is listed, but I don't know if it's legal. It's not showing. It's not showing any Pokemon knowing it. So I'm assuming it's not. Yeah, I think it's fair to say Fake Out. I actually think Fake Out and Helping Hand are possibly really good things to put on this Pokemon. There's also a world where what is Archaludon's base speed? I also see Archaludon being potentially difficult to get around. It's base speed 85, so it's faster than Medicham and Meganium both. I think they're both base 80. Actually, is that true for Meganium? Yeah. Chowdon could be fun. Coaching with max special defense. If we wanted to go the rain route, so I think the big thing that I want to focus on with this, obviously we're wanting to try and use Meganium as much as we can. So I'm trying to think in terms of what are the biggest threats to Meganium that we would normally see. And what comes to mind is Mega Charizard, Sneasler, and our Chaladon's also kind of a problem. I mean, if we run Earth Power, it hits it super effectively, but it also still is possibly going to be faster than us. Unless we set up Tailwind. Is there a world where we put... Alright, we can build out sets maybe in a minute. Since Metacam has Fake Out and Helping Hand support... They do. Well, they do if you run Earth Power. If you don't run Earth Power, you're then having to rely on Weather Ball, which is neutral. Which is a little less reliable. I think Weather Ball, barring... Earth Power also hits the Sneasler. Oh, on the same team. Gotcha. That's true. You do kind of just immediately get that that Fairy Grass Dragon core. So our Chaladon's not a bad option. I think if we go that route, it would make a lot of sense to go the rain route as well. And then that does give us the option to... I don't necessarily hate that as an option. If we wanted to do our Chaladon... And then... Do we hate the idea of doing that? Going our Chaladon for the synergy, and then obviously with Electroshock, it just kind of makes sense that you would put it in Rain, and Rain also helps. Drizzle or Manual. Yeah. So in terms of Rain... Alright, so let's say we go this direction. With this Archaladon that has Electroshock and Solar Beam on it. That's funny. Okay, imagine if Mega Soul treated both Pokemon like Sun was up. So Metacam kind of acts as like our fake out guy. Let's see. You think for a section of team building, you could push your camera in the bottom right of the screen? It blocks the moves a little bit, but it gets much better. That's fair. Okay. Yeah, we can try that. Like I said, I'm trying to figure out what works best here. Let me see if I can do... Let me try this. So yeah, if we wanted to do it in bottom corner during the team building stuff, I think that's fine because you can actually still see the moves. You can't see the ability on this screen, but I think that's probably fine. Yeah, and then I think I've got it set where I could just do that. Okay. That's actually better for me because now I can keep OBS open. Okay, so Archaludon. So if we go this route, I think Rain. Yeah, are we live? That's when you guys say yes, we're live. Okay. So let's see who. So obviously with Rain, what comes to mind as obvious options? Actually, hold on. I feel like there's a world where you also just get Rain Dance, because, yeah. Rain Dance Metacamp? So we do have that in our back pocket, just to keep in mind. I actually really like Medicham being kind of like a low budget. What's a good bulky physical water type just in case we want coaching or skill swap? So, hear me out. I know this is kind of like the default thing, right? I was actually, before we started talking about Archaludon, I was actually thinking about, even if we didn't run a Rain team, going Basculegion. I was actually going to suggest running Scarf Basculegion with adaptability, because we could now typing wise this is really bad because both of our leads would be weak to dark type. However, a Metacam fake out into a Scarfed Adaptability Basculegion Wave Crash would just hurt a lot. Or even a Helping Hand. Like, that's also an option. Helping Hand. the Basculegion Wave Crash. And then we just delete a Charizard, probably. Like, even with the sun up, unless it's, like, built defensively, I feel like a Helping Hand onto Adaptability Basculegion would just delete it. Granted, there might be another option. There's a world where we go something... I mean, Rock Slide, obviously, does that as well. I could see an Aerodactyl here. That would give us Tailwind access. And give us something that actually... Hold on. Is that a bad... Only ones I'm seeing when I look at the decks, Water Tauros or Gyarados. Water Tauros. What is water? I mean, that does give us Intimidate, which is cool. Guzma, welcome. I assume Aerodactyl gets Earthquake, right? Oh, yeah, skill swap. That could be fun. So I had a thought, because again, I'm thinking back to, like, how do we delete, like, immediate things that would immediately threaten Mega Meganium. And I feel like the biggest threats to Meganium are going to be things that are typically leads. Charizard, obviously Charizard and Sneasler are two very obvious ones. So the thought was, if we had Aerodactyl's fast. It gives us Tailwind potential. It gives us Rock Slides to hit Charizard. But if we lead it next to Medicham, and Medicham has Telepathy, we can also fire off Earthquake against Sneasler leads, right? Plus, we like I said, we've got Tailwind support as well. I think that might not be a bad idea. I mean, it shares some common weaknesses with Mega Meganium. Zen Headbutt on Tauros. Psychic Fangs for Basculegion. So right now we are considering Yeah, that's true. Taurus's base speed is... Taurus base speed is 100, I think. Regular Taurus is 110. Paldean Taurus is 100. And then... let's see. Looking for Megazard is also 100. So they speed tie. Yeah, that's true. But I guess it depends, right? Like, I mean, we don't necessarily need to go rain. Rain is helpful. I don't know if that limited amount of use feels good. Right. It's interesting. That's why I almost wonder if Aerodactyl, with it having Tailwind support, it can fire off Earthquake and Rock Slide both, next to a Pokemon with Telepathy. But I guess Tauros also... yeah. That's a good point. We might move away from Basculegion. So we're considering Tauros. Yeah. I almost... this might be the wrong decision. I don't feel like either option is bad, but I feel like it requires... I think is it crazy that I almost want to say... All right, hear me out. If we went Politoed rather than going Pelipper. I know Pelipper is kind of that guy, right? But if we went Politoed, and then we went I like Politoed better. Just know that Politoed's more of a support. We kind of have Metacam for that as well. That's fair. But I think... all good. But I don't necessarily mind the idea of, like, Politoed being... I think right now I'm kind of leaning towards this idea that, like, if we did Politoed, we could bring Aerodactyl. And we're not doubling up on, like... I mean, they are both weak to electric, but it's not two Pokemon... Or it's not... It's not as bad as having Pelipper be weak to... 4 times weak to electric, right? Alternatively, maybe we go Pelipper... Alternatively, maybe we go Pelipper and the Tauros route. Icy Wind control and Tailwind, yeah. Which is kind of cool. And then we have Arch. Right now, what I'm seeing is it feels like this team could be used kind of... Needs to be fairly bulky, that's for sure. Yeah. What is something... bulky? I mean, Arch is kind of got some bulk to him. Ensign. That is kind of the go-to. Overquill? I don't think Overquill is in. I guess if we're comparing stats, Incineroar, obviously Intimidate. We're looking at a 95, 90, 90 versus Tauros is 75, 105 in physical defense, and then 70 in special defense. I was comparing Tauros as well. We don't have redirection. That's true. I don't necessarily know that we need it. Redirection is one of those things that's nice to have, but not always super necessary. I mean, I don't dislike Incineroar. I was kind of tossing between Incineroar and going back to the Tauros. I do think Incineroar is just that guy, right? He's just kind of consistently good. So yeah, this is interesting. Do we think we like this as a lineup? We can also open up a little bit of his news as well. Also bait 3 different megas. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think there's a world where we do end up throwing a Mega Stone on Metacam and doing okay. These are I think this is our guys. I don't hate this lineup actually. I think this is it's very different, but I think this could be fun. Isn't Aerodactyl with a Mega Stone faster than Sneasler and Mega? I think he's faster without it. He's 130. What is Sneasler? Does Sneasler hit 130? He's 150 with when he megas. Sneasler might be Sneasler's only 120. So he outspeeds the two things that I am concerned most about threatening Meganium, I think. Okay. I think I like this team. So let's jump in to actual training of these mons now. So I don't really think it makes a difference on ability for Meganium, because we're almost assuredly going to Mega Evolve it if we bring it. Mega Delphox. Oh, that's true. I didn't think about Mega Delphox. But I think we kind of can check Mega Delphox pretty well. I think it does change slightly. Yeah. It changes slightly when you go to the training screen. I don't know why. All right, so now the one thing that I will say that I'm looking at now is we do run into the issue here of since we're not running a Sinistra or something that can heal, I think we want to keep Synthesis personally. However, we don't have any redirection safely to set up Synthesis. I don't necessarily know if I know Synthesis is really cool to take advantage of. But I think Protect makes more sense, at least in the way that this team is currently formatted. I almost think oh, before we commit to doing anything to this, what I did want to say is I am a little concerned about how we deal with Trick Room other than straight up just trying to deny it. Right? For Rigoraph, obviously is an issue. That's fair. We could reverse Trick Room with Metacam. Granted, I guess the one concern with that is that I think Farigiraf just beats Metacam though. Like if Trick Room goes up, granted, or actually just taunts. That's fair too. So we're going like almost fully supportive Metacham, which is kind of funny. Okay, I think maybe Metacham is a good starting spot on movesets, right? So I think obviously we fake out. Obviously fake out. If we wanted to go taunt, yeah, it has Trick Room. Trick. I guess if we run Taunt, we don't necessarily need Trick Room. I think we either go Taunt or Trick Room. I don't think we go both. I do think we for sure need to run, which honestly, I think we need to go probably Zen Headbutt or I mean, he can go special or physical. So I'm almost thinking we're gonna run into 4 slot syndrome unless we go fully supportive, which I don't know that I want to do. Because I kind of like the idea of helping hands as well. I feel like the helping hand next to the Aerodactyl is kind of cool. Coaching is also good. But also he's not the fastest. I almost feel like, so skill swap almost feels situational. You know, Skill swap will be more niche, I think. So what's our strongest? Zen Headbutt's stronger. Psycho Cut is more accurate. I almost feel like imagine a situation where you take Unburden from a Sneasler and now you outspeed it. I can't think of many other options at the time, but I'm sure there's other situations that you could run into. Yeah. You would definitely only want to do that, though, if you had telepathy, right? You definitely don't want to skill swap pure power onto it. So, like, you would definitely not do that if you mega'd. Is it crazy that I want to go Psycho Cut over Zen Headbutt for the accuracy? Like, I know it's 90 accuracy, but the 10 base power trade-off plus the crit chance being higher feels a little... Feel a bit fun as long as you know you're outspeeding. Yeah, the problem with that, though, is if you skill swap Unburden off of it, you then still have to lose your item, right? Actually, I feel like only would if going pure power. Else, I think Psychic is probably going to be better. Now that's valid. Focus Sash, Metachamp. I feel like Focus Sash is going to be better suited for Aerodactyl. Unless we're saying we go Mega Stone on Aerodactyl and have him be our secondary. But I think I would rather have Focus Sash on Aerodactyl. I guess it is also fair to say, so it's tricky, right? Because it's like most of the time we probably aren't going to Mega Metachan anyway, right? But if we do, it's better to go physical move. But otherwise, it's better to go a special move because people will likely assume we're going to be a physical attacker anyway. And so they'll probably try to, like, intimidate or, you know, will-o-wisp or something, you know. So I really see that being kind of up in the air. I could very well see going, Fake out taunts. And we're thinking either skill swap or skill swap, or what did we say? Oh, coaching. All right, I'm down to try coaching. Boost allies attack and defense stats by 1 stage. Fake out taunt, coaching, psycho cut. Or psychic. I guess that's really the question, right? I think for sure we go telepathy here. We'll do this. All right. Then what kind of spread are we looking at? I mean, obviously we're a more of a support than anything else. Kind of curious. Figure out Aerodactyl. I mean, I think Aerodactyl's fairly straightforward. I think Focus Sash on Aerodactyl is going to go ahead and I've got 82 tickets. We'll just go ahead. I feel pretty confident, and we're gonna leave that as is. We just need to change stats. So I think Aerodactyl, right? This is what I'm thinking. Protect would be really nice. So Rock Slide. Actually, Rock Slide protects. Technically, dual Wing Beat for. Actually, what am I saying? Earthquake. Wide Guard is a rock move. Wide Guard overprotects. Possibly. Most of the time, he's getting hit by... I know I was saying Earthquake next to Telepathy. I actually think Dual Wing Beat might be more... for, Whimsicots, right? Because we can shut down Whimsicott Tailwind. And Sneasler's with Sash, yeah. Yeah, I think... honestly, I think this might just be the set. And we could go... I mean, we can go... yeah, Wide Guard is not... Wide Guard could be... I feel a little more hesitant to put Wide Guard on it because it's not Focus Sash. I think that's where my head is at. And I don't have enough experience to know if that's the correct mindset, but I think I would almost guarantee I'm protected than Wide Guard to protect the field, especially if Metacam ends up having the Focus Sash. And honestly, if we're not going to run... There's a chance that we may run Pure Power instead of Telepathy. Since I'm not running Quake. I think let's rock this. I think let's rock this and give it the Aerodactylite. Save the points. Yeah, I don't have enough of those. 114,000. Okay. Yeah, I think this is fair. Imagine we... Hold on. Imagine we... Hang on, I have to check something. Because I don't remember. Mega Aerodactyl is Tough Claws. 30% on contact moves, which Rock Slide is not. Dual Wing Beat, I think, is. Imagine we skill swap Pure Power onto Mega Aerodactyl. Granted, we could also just coach, right? It's one or the other. But consider That's gnarly. I mean, even coaching is gonna, like, would make him ridiculous. I think, yeah, so we'll go ahead and put, I don't think we would put Focus Sash on anybody else. So let's put Focus Sash on Metacham. Let's see, what's... Right, because there's a real world where, like, a turn 1 looks like a fake out from Metacham into Tailwind into Taunt against faster stuff. Yeah, there's a chance Telepathy gets swapped back to Pure Power, actually. I think skill swapping Pure Power's funny. Granted, if we skill swap, all right. Here is the argument for skill swap over coaching, even though coaching might technically be better. Is we can skill swap onto Incineroar, give it Pure Power, and get an Intimidate off. Is that better than coaching? I don't know. I think either way is fine. I think effectively they're kind of the same thing at the end of the day. Coaching is probably the better option. Yeah. That is true. But again, we're boosting defense with coaching if that gets into play. So what are we thinking on the spread for this? I'm trying to decide if it makes more sense. So we'll probably go like Timid. Yeah, that's a fair point. Not Timid. Sorry. Jolly. Yeah, brain fart moment. I was thinking about us having Psychic on it, or talking about having Psychic on it earlier. Yeah, I think unless we wanted to run Surf Politoed, at this point, we don't really need Telepathy. Telepathy was mostly going to be there for Earthquake. But honestly, Dual Wing Beat, I think, serves a better purpose. So I kind of think we just go Pure Power. Yeah, I mean, I honestly, I feel like there's a world where we would be running Weather Ball anyway over Surf. For the extra damage output, I think. As opposed to... We should have a... Oh, gosh. Maybe I'll like put that up in the post if I edit this video down. Yeah, sure. We'll do that. I don't think we're doing anything that we need telepathy for. Okay, Archaludon. With Archaludon, I mean, are we going stamina? I feel like that's typically the best thing. We know we'll do Electro Shot. Flash Cannon makes sense. I think there's a world where we might not even put a fire move on Incineroar. I don't know. That might be crazy. Maybe we need to have a fire type move on him. It's a bit of a toss up. With coaching makes up for that too. That's fair. What? I think... I'm thinking... probably... Body Press, maybe Snarl Protect. I think Body Press makes sense. Wait. Are we talking about, we're talking about Archaludon now, correct? I don't know, does Incineroar get Body Press? I assume we're talking Archaludon because we're talking stamina. Snarl. I mean, yeah, I think Protect's... I'm gonna most of the time opt to go Protect. So I like that. Put Protect. We're gonna go Stamina. Body Press. Well, so I almost think we go Flash Cannon. I do think... Oh, you know what? It may not. It does not have it anymore. That makes a lot of sense. Okay. Okay, in that case... Draco. Electroshot, Draco, Flash Cannon Protect. Snarl is interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I prefer that. I'm trying to think, because right now we don't have... Nice speech attack Hershey. I don't know. We're just making our Chaladon super bulky. Which, at that case, maybe you drop Draco Meteor for the Flash Cannon. Right, you either have to run it Citrus Berry, which is temporary, or you have to run it Leftovers. And then it gets really stally. Because I mean, that takes building it up enough. But I mean, you've got Protect, so you can do that. Does Politoed get Life D? That's a good question. Let's look at Politoed. What does Politoed get? Weather Ball, Hypnosis, Rain Dance, Body Slam. In Water Moves. I feel like it doesn't. It does not get Life Dew. Icy Wind. There's always so I think I do for sure want to throw Icy Wind on there, right? That feels... I don't hate Weather Ball. I guess if it's single targets, it's only 10 base power less than Weather Ball. Is there a world? Hold on. Is there a world where we throw... Right, so Weather Ball is base 50, if I'm not mistaken. So it doubles to 100. So it's 10 base power higher, but Muddy Water does hit 2 target. I mean, there's a world where we run both. I mean, probably not. Probably. Is there a world where we run Amnesia? Is there a world where we run Perish Song for the back end of the game, right? Like if we're up, we Perish Song their last 2 Pokemon. Also has Chilling Water. Oh, does he get Helping Hand? Actually, yeah, if he gets Helping Hand, that's... Yeah, I think I like that. I did not think about Helping Hand. Weather Ball or Muddy Water? I think Muddy Water might be a little bit better. Helping Hand's cool. I think I'm okay with that. Helping Hand. So Helping Hand is priority, right? So even if we're not necessarily the fastest, actually, no, this is my set. Helping Hand, Weather Ball, Protect, and Icy Wind, because I have 3 normal mons and an Ice move. Yeah, I think, again, Muddy Water's only 10 base power less when it's not spread damage, obviously. But you do get that benefit of you're hitting 2 targets at once. And if you're not hitting 2 targets, you can Helping Hand, right? Yeah, I think let's go there, and then let's see, what are we doing? Why do you have one attack? One attack EV. We're probably looking at Modest is probably fine. HP is special defense. I'm looking at some of the common spreads. So we know we'll do HP. The death. Drop the extra 2 there. Is there a world where I get a little wonky? Cool. Oh yeah, do the so we do something like that. I think that's probably fine. Sure, let's go with that. Dude, I can't wait for this team to be hot garbage. Okay. All right, we're doing that, and then what? We give you focus band? What if we give it bright powder? I think citrus is probably the most reasonable thing. Because we're likely going to go leftovers on Arch. Yeah, bright powder, muddy water. I think that's really funny. I think that's really funny. Honestly, if it was like a team where I'd had redirection, and I could just spam muddy water and like follow me. Imagine that. That'd be. Okay. Yeah, so I think I'm thinking with let's see. Let's give our Chaladon probably leftovers. Right? That feels like the most straightforward thing. And then for the training, like I said, we're gonna go Electroshock. Side note, but I kind of now want to try a team with Minimize, another Mon with Psych Up, and just try and stall. So I know a team that I have seen and I have played against was a Sandvale Sandaconda team. So like T-Tar set Sand, it has Sandvale, it would Minimize, and then just keep doing that. It was really gross. So I could imagine if you did that, that would be absolutely disgusting. To have both of your Mons not be able to... until somebody comes along with Stomp and just destroys you, right? So I think Electroshot... Snarl's fun, but I think it just makes a little more sense to go. I say that. I think I got to be able to wipe out a Garchomp before he can get off more than one Earthquake. Roar. I mean, it could be. I'm not sure if it'd be all that great. I think I would go probably Snarl over that. I mean, there's a world where I go Snarl over No, I think we'll keep this. Straightforward. Stamina. I think we're trying some funky stuff with some of the other Mons. And with Archaludon being one of our bulkier Mons, yeah, I think we go this route. I think this is. I think I'm okay with that. All right, and then Incineroar. Do equivalent special attack or special special defense and or speed. I mean, I think if most of the meta is physical, there's a world where maybe we pull it for speed to put a few points into speed. Alright, well, immediately we change that to Intimidate. Adamant Jolly. Or, Impish. Careful. Careful's probably better. And then what are we thinking moveset wise here? Yeah, I'm sure we probably want to have Dark Slayer or Throat Chop. Fake out Parting Shot. So kind of standard stuff. I don't know if I want to go Darkest Slayer or Throat Chop. I'm almost thinking maybe Throat Chop's better to shut down sound-based moves. Parting Shot. Big out. That makes could be worth running Drain Punch. Yeah. I mean, so it depends, right? We're in an interesting position against King Gambit, right? Because MEGANIUM does resist the dark type moves, but obviously it's weak to the steel type moves, and it outspeeds. So like Weather Ball or Earth Power, either one, obviously for King Gambit, and maybe that's the argument to run Weather Ball over Earth Power is for King Gambit, because it'll just hit it harder. Drain Punch could be actually pretty good. It's not one really is true. If we are coaching, how often are we gonna Parting Shot? Let's try and work without parting shot. I may immediately regret that decision. I mean, we could always go back and tweak it, right? Oh. You can coach through your own protect. That's a fair point too. If we don't have parting shots, pick out Drain Punch, Flare Blitz, Darkest Lariat. I think I could get by on this. Could almost do an offensive. Yeah. What are we looking at? Yeah, most of these guys are going... I don't know. What kind of spread? I mean, we're... Obviously, without Parting Shot, we're losing one of his tools, right? But... argument to split some of the attack into HP. So maybe we... Hold up. The question is how much, right? Because I almost feel like if we are gonna kind of be offensive about it, we do just kind of rip it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's just rip it. A coaching boost to over 200. That's fair. So let's see. That'd be what? $130. Oh yeah, he just gets that anyway. So I'll tell you what, we'll do. Let's hit 150. And throw the rest into HP. We'll try that. That's weird. But I think that's fine. 150 will put us at $225. Sure, let's just go with that. Let's get freaky with it, right? All right, now the question is there a world where Citrus Berry moves to Incineroar as opposed to what other item might we run on this guy? A berry of some sort. Shucka. Yeah. Shucka. Shucka might be good. I mean, the most common rock move is going to be Rock Slide, which is normally going to be hitting for spread damage anyway. So you're more likely to get hit head on by like a high horsepower. I mean, obviously Earthquake as well, but which does spread. But all right, I'm down with it. Okay, we do have to nickname though. This is dude. This is gonna be such a weird team. Okay, so let's nickname these Pokemon. Let's see. What should we name Metacham? I want some nickname suggestions here. Why am I in the symbols? Okay. Put me in. That's kind of funny, actually. That's pretty funny. Jackie Metacham. Jackie Metacham. Does it give away our strategy? Possibly. Oh, okay. I can just swap this way. Perfect. Leilani. Archaludon. Okay. I got nothing for this one. He's a bridge. He's a bridge. Try not to just go London, Golden Gate. What's a good nickname for a bridge? Or a stapler. That's true. Eldon? Hey, let's go with that. That's a reference. All right. We got Politoed. It's nicknamed Memphis already. I'm good with that. Aerodactyl. Elden Ring. Elden Bridge from Twilight Princess, right? Can't change the Drizzlies. Aerodactyl. 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 I've got to change my silent P. The P is silent. Truly. Also, invisible. That's fun. I like that. Let's do it. Why do I, why is the Perry the Platypus, like, playing in my head? Silent P. Alright. And then we got Incineroar. The greatest to ever do it. Perry the Pterodactyl. Pterodactyl. Wolfie. Wolfie VGC. What if I just said, sorry, Wolf. Oh, wait, hang on. Can I do this? Can I do... All right. We got a team. It is one of the teams of all time. All right. This is the moment. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead before I do this. I'm gonna go ahead and. Did we ever change? Oh, we did not. We do need to do that. And put protect on it. That's what we were gonna do. Weather ball. Now there's a world. Yeah, I don't know. I think protect might be the better thing. There's a world where synthesis. Want to do one last run over the team for any potential. Oh, look at you thinking forward. Yeah, I'll also. I was also going to make a replica team too, in case anybody wants to play around with it, right? Sure. So, what am I looking for? Protect. That's the move. Gosh, this is going to be a thing to edit if I choose to do so. Okay. I don't know. I saw Sweet Scent. Lower evasiveness? Yo, that'll work against your Sandaconda team, right? All right. Let's create a... All right. So... This is... Oh, at this point, I think I can go ahead and swap. Over this way. Although you can't see Meganium. But that's what the whole video is about, right? So, it's fine. It's fine. All right. This is the final team that we came up with. So, we've got Meganium... or Meganium with the Meganiumite, I think is what it's called. Maybe no face cam for just the reveal. Look at you. Look at you. Thinking these things through. Okay. So this is the team that we came up with. It's weird. It's wonky, but we're going to see if we can make it work. We're playing on Pokeball tier right now, so it should be fine. We should be able to make this work. We've got Lilani, the Meganium, with the Meganiumite. Rockin' Solar Beam, Dazzling Gleam, Weather Ball, and Protect. Then we've got Put Me In, the Medicham. It's got Pure Power with the Focus Sash. And it's rocking Fake Out, Taunt, Coaching, and Psycho Cut. It is going to be here to kind of be a support of sorts. Hopefully so that we can knock out some early... I'm thinking mostly partnering this with Aerodactyl, potentially maybe with the Incineroar early on to take care of some threats that would cause problems for Meganium. Then we've got Eldon, the Archaludon, with Stamina and Leftovers. This is pretty standard. Electroshot, Draco Meteor, Flash Cannon, Protect. And then we've got, for the rain support, we've got Memphis, the Politoed, with the Drizzle ability, holding a Citrus Berry with Muddy Water, Icy Wind, Helping Hand, and Protect. Then we've got Silent P, the Aerodactyl, with the Aerodactylite, in case we need to, opt for a different solution on our Megas. And it's Rock and Protect, Rock Slide, Dual Wing Beat, and Tailwind. I think, honestly, this partnered with the Medicham can do some fun stuff. Especially as a lead combo. And then we got Sorry Wolf, the Incineroar, with Intimidate. It's got the Shucka Berry with Darkest Flare Blitz, Drain Punch, and Fake Out. Not rocking the Parting Shot like you normally would see on an Incineroar, but that's mostly there so that we can kind of deal with potential King Gambit, because we don't really have a much better solution for it on this team other than hitting it with the Weather Ball from the Meganium. I just lost track on that. Honestly, I'm just thinking in regards of some of the other Pokemon content I've watched, and a lot of them tend to delete the face cam for reviews. That's fair. You didn't say the sad cam. The sad cam. Okay. All right, I'm bringing it back. There's my face. Okay, let's do this. All right, and there is the team code. I don't actually know how. Yeah, if I do this. Yeah, there we go. There is the I'll turn this off for just a second. That is the team code. This is gonna be fun. I'm fairly optimistic. Hey, I am too, mostly because we're starting off in Pokeball tier. Which means surely there's somebody that we can beat with this team, right? I should show the stats as well. Yeah, I probably should, but it's fine. It's fine. You know what? We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it. We'll do it really quick. We're learning this. All right, so if I do this. Fix it in post, yeah. Right. Here's the stats for the team. Some of it's pretty straightforward. Some of it's a little bit weird. The Incineroar set's a little bit weird, in particular. And Politoed's a little bit interesting as well. Not quite standard. We gave it just enough to get that little extra point boost in its special attack. And then, yeah, I think Incineroar is probably the most oddball out in this set. But, you know, we're going to try to make it work. All right. Let's do this for real, for real. It's all been leading up to this. When we immediately lose battle 1. Okay. No, I honestly think this team might do okay. Oh my goodness, nobody's in Pokeball tier anymore. There's no one low rank enough for us to play. All right. What do we got? Immediate. Okay, this is a sand team. Interesting. This has got to be a sand team, right? Actually, this could be any weather. With the cast form, this could actually just be any weather team. Oh my gosh. Okay. Yeah, it's cast form the team. All right, I think I'm kind of bamboozled by this, honestly. So I think what I'm going to do is I think I'm going to go... Actually, no. Yeah. I don't like the ice weakness. Actually, no. We're going to do... The first game, I'm not bringing Meganium. I probably should. I last minute made a switch. So, my rule of thumb is I want to try to bring Meganium as much as I can. If I can't bring Meganium, I want to bring Metacham. I'm bringing Metacham to this game. Okay. Right. So, immediately... I'm gonna fake out the cast form here, because it's really the only thing that's gonna attack most. Because I think we just rock slide and take out this Charizard immediately, right? I also didn't Mega Evolve, which I totally can because I didn't bring Meganium. You have to bring the Focus or the Force teammate from the draft every battle. I think that's a fine rule. That actually almost took out the cast form as well, which is great for us. Hey, you know what? I'm gonna give this person props for opting to try to bring the full cast form team. Like that's kind of like gas. I'm not gonna lie. That's pretty cool. Wait, I don't think he brought water or rain support. Maybe because he expects everybody to run rain support. It is probably the most common. Except why sand over rain? Because he wants to counter other Charizards with his rock cast form. Clearly. Alright, so Aurorus is a little bit annoying here. Honestly, though, there's a real chance if I Mega Evolve, I think I double into Aurorus, right? Like, we just Mega Evolve, Rock Slide. Good on the Aurorus since it may Aurora Veil. That's true, but I think it might just die. Unless I miss my Rock Slide. That is something I didn't account for. The classic Rock Slide miss. No, it's just gonna blizzard. Yo, that Mega Evolve might have saved Aerodactyl there. I'm not gonna lie. If the Rock Slide had hit, we would have been in a very cool position. Very fun. All right, now we get this. Now we get the sand, which is exciting. So here's the situation. At this point, I feel pretty confident with what we've got in the back. So I think what I'm going to try to do is I'm actually going to try... So this is a stupid play. But both these guys are close to going down. I am going to try and coaching Aerodactyl. Okay. I was hoping that was going to be enough to take out Aurorus. But if we double flinch here and I get coaching off. The double flinch. I'm honestly not worried about it because of what we got in the back at this point. And freeze drag. Yeah, that's fine. So unless I fumble the bag hard here, which I could very well do. This was such a weird team to go up against immediately. Right, so I think this is a pretty clear case of we just... Actually, it might be more worth it to double into... No, let's do the smart thing. Let's not do necessarily the quick and easy thing. Let's do the smart thing. Is this the smart thing? We'll go ahead and fake him out. Okay, yeah. I was thinking surely we were faster than I was. So that's just the safe play. Yeah, I think we've sealed it. I think we're in a good spot. Drain Punch. I'm curious to see how much this Drain Punch is gonna do. Oh, snap. He was faster than me. That might be normal. I don't remember what that'd probably be a good thing to note. All right, Celeste, you gonna keep our record? Yeah, that's. I was gonna say I think he was just speed invested. All right. What is? Because I'm trying to remember because I don't actually remember. His base speed is 61. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. He was definitely speed invested. All right. Okay. This looks a little bit more like a team. So we see Mousehold, Sableye. Sableye could be real annoying. All right. This is a game where I definitely think I can bring Lilani. Yeah, this is one of those games where I definitely think I bring Archaludon, but I don't even bring my Rain Setter. I'm almost thinking I want to go. I'm kind of thinking I want to go Metacham. Yeah. I'm kind of thinking I want to go Metacham, Aerodactyl, Meganium, our Chaladon. Now the question is, does this person see my rain and say, oh, I don't have to bring my rain? But they have Sableye, which I'm assuming has Prankster rain on it, right? Okay. So this is interesting because we've got Fake Out. We've got double Fake Out stuff happening here, right? There's also potential Will-O-Wisp, which is kind of gross. I mean, I think I just Fake Out Mousehold. Tailwind would be very lovely to get up. I'm gonna Rock Slide to cover. Okay, we get a Protect. That's fine. He's using okay, he's doing this thing. Man, I really wish I had gone coaching that first turn. Oh, that would have been good. That would have set me up so well for this next turn. Right, I forgot you can coaching into Protect. You know what? I'm gonna do that this turn. No, don't Mega Evolve. No Mega Evolve. Now the question is, does he try to target down? Oh, he's gonna set up Reflect. That's annoying. That actually kind of makes me glad. Okay, good. He pop bombed into the Aerodactyl slot. I like that. Now does he... I almost think I coaching again. It could be worth it. I think I'm actually going to coach again. Oh no, I did not. I just got a double Protect off, by the way. I ran out of time and got a double Protect off. Oh, you can redirect coaching. That's interesting. I didn't consider that. I just had an insanely lucky turn. Okay. Honestly, there is a real world. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I definitely at this point just Mega. Bro, I think I coaching again. And I honestly think I dual Wing Beat into the Mousehold. I don't want to risk that Focus Sash. I could have doubled the Mousehold. I think that would have been a solid play as well. But this thing is this Aerodactyl is disgusting right now. Look how much that Rock Tomb did. Okay, now he's trying to drop my speed, which is fair and valid. I probably still outspeed most of the stuff that comes in here, right? There's also a chance this Pelipper could be Sash. So I think we Rock Slide. Yep, he was Sashed. Perfect. Could protect and break the Sash here. Yeah, actually, I don't know. Is Pelipper... I suspect the Pelipper was probably modest, so... Alright, so now we're dealing with Swift Swim. Right, at this point... I think I have, I've got Archaludon and, Meganium in the back. Oh, I've gotta do something here. Quick play. Dude, the timers are so fast in these games. Right, let's see how much that Psycho Cut does. That was behind the Reflect, too. Bear in mind. I'm kind of curious. At this point, I feel safe. Like, I think I'm okay if I go down. But I honestly don't know as many coachings as I got up. I might just win here. Like I don't even know if he can KO me. Like, he's definitely Swift Swim. He didn't even hit me with the water move. Like, I was expecting a wave crash. All right. So that's one way to do it. So what a game. That was one of the games of all time. That one felt like I was playing a slightly more real team. Accidental air. What do you mean? That was totally calculated. I coachinged into that Aerodactyl 3 times. I was afraid I was gonna get Will-O-Wisped. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. That's what I was worried about. I kind of forgot the Reflect was up too. I was like, that Psycho Cut did nothing for Pure Power Metachan. It was intended for the Meganium. Hey, I brought Meganium to this game. I can't help that they didn't give me the chance to use it. Honestly, I probably should have swapped it in just to try and get it off, you know. But dude, having a hard time finding players. Okay, now this looks like a team. So that Steelix and the Gengar are not great for me. For Meganium, at least. nor Charizard. However, I do think the Metacham I think I do want to do the Metacham Aerodactyl lead. I'm gonna bring Meganium in the back and Politoed or Insane. Yeah. I think Politoed might be better. I don't think this is the most optimal team to bring, but I am trying to use my guys, right? I'm trying to use my guys. Like, realistically, I don't know if Meganium has some potential in this game. Azumarill Charizard. Alright, so I honestly think this is going to be a... It might have. It might have. So I have to fake out Azumarill here. I'd really like to set up a Tailwind. If I'm being honest. But if the Zard doesn't protect... Yeah, I think I Rock Slide. So no Zard evolution. But the Zard going down is good for Meganium in the back. Zard didn't Mega either, yeah. They definitely made inputs, though, that time, right? They didn't run out of time. So that's interesting, right? So I think I'm going to Psycho Cut into Azumarill and Protect here. An Iron Defense incoming? Possibly. I expected an Aqua Block. There's a world this is a bot team. There's a real world this is a bot team. Okay. Yeah. This is either a bot team or a very inexperienced player with a starter team. That's what I'm thinking. I'm shook to my core right now. Right, I'm just gonna wing beat into the Whimsicott. Yeah, I think this is either. This may very well be one of the start. Like if you pick Zard, is that who was at the top of the list? This might be the starting team. It might just be a new player. That's a real possibility. He's rock polishing. Yeah. But well, that's actually kind of the thing, though, right? It's like I think yeah, I think once we tier up a little bit, though, that will maybe change. Maybe. So I'm in this weird position where I really just want to switch out. If I'm being honest. Like, I don't really want to switch into the Pokemon right now, but I also don't want the Pokemon that I've got in. Yeah, I fully think this is one of the starter teams. And this is perhaps a new player. Because really having either of my guys in the back in right now, I think would be, you know, on the one hand, it's probably good that I haven't played any ranked this season yet. So this team is actually doing some stuff. But at the same time, I feel like we've had a little bit of a one-sided show. The last battle was actually okay. This one in the first battle, perhaps a little bit more one-sided. But hey, that's fine, you know. If new people have to play the game too, right? Yo, he lived on one. I missed my muddy water. We're switching back to weather ball immediately. I missed my first one. Oh my gosh. At this point, I icy wind, right? An icy wind will kill him at 4%, surely. Psycho Cut. Good. I just didn't want to embarrass myself and miss another muddy water. Look at that. Double ranked up. Here we go. We're in Pokeball Tier 1. You see, this is good. Yeah, I think the Aerodactyl Meta Cham lead is just a strong lead for this team. In most scenarios. I think probably the other lead, in a lot of cases, is going to be... Okay. Loaf FNAF YT. Okay. Alright. So we're dealing with the Steelix, Zard, Gengar again. The bad thing is Meganium's really bad into this team. Really bad into this team. So I don't think I can bring Meganium to this one. Every single one of these Pokemon hits Meganium for super effective. So that said, I think I bring... Polytoad may... Instant Polytoad might not be a bad option. Maybe not. Arch Steelix. It would have been a great lead. It would have been a great lead. So we're gonna fake out Steelix here, and then I'm gonna go ahead and I think swap into I think I need to bring Incineroar in. What is this? I don't even remember what Steelix's ability is. Mega Steelix. Oh, he's electro-shotting. Sand Force. Okay. Interesting. Alright, these guys are slow, so I think I'm going to go ahead and coaching into Incineroar. And technically, I can fake out again. Yo, this might be a stupid play because this thing is sturdy. But I could stop his his electro shot right now, which would be really funny. I'm gonna try to Drain Punch into the Steelix. That did nothing. Okay. That body press is gross. Okay. I really need I really want Memphis in, is really what I want, but I also don't want to just swap him in. It's going to be not very effective on either of these guys. There might be some value in keeping you alive, though. Uh-oh. I did not click my move quick enough. Dude, that's the problem I have with VGC. I gotta get better at thinking quick. Okay, this is actually okay though. Incineroar's gonna go down. But here, problem is I'm gonna have to break this Archaludon. Right, so I need to Muddy Water here, and I think even though it's not ideal giving him the stamina boost, I think I do have to fake out the Archaludon to keep the Electro Shot down. I really risked it swapping in on Oh, his stamina didn't pop. He's not stamina. He must be sturdy. Unless did I miss it? All right. I'm gonna Icy Wind here. And then Psycho Cut into the Gengar. Alright, so we should live this even. Which is perfect. He may very well be sashed. He is. So the Icy Wind takes him out. And it'll do okay damage to this Archaludon. Oh wait, you know, he's faster than me. True. And the Archaludon avoided the attack. Muddy Water paying off. Yo, true. So true. I really would have liked for that protect, you think? That's fair. Let's Psycho Cut. Psycho Cut might be more valuable on Archaludon at this point. Get as much extra damage as I can. That's a good call. Oh, he Flame Shot. That's fine though. I still don't think he'd be faster than me. Now, good news here. Flame Charge is interesting. I'm wondering if this is alternatively a Mega Char X. Well, even still, probably Dragon Dance, right? Or does he gets Dragon Dance, I think. Now, I could double protect here. He could, but we flinch here, right? I'm not nearly as worried. I thought the game might have been over, but he's not stamina. And that matters quite a bit. Oh, he does outspeed me. He must be... That boy must be... jolly. Oh, man. I should have Icy Winded. And the rain stopped. Actually, that's clutch. That's clutch. Yeah, I did. Icy Wind, or it was better. That might do it, yeah. I mean, he did the smart thing. He did the smart thing. Icy Wind No, Icy Wind would have still been the better play. So if we had known... It's one of those things where it's like, you just kind of have to know. Like, that he's going to make the right or wrong call there. I think the biggest problem there was the two steel types were hard to break down. I definitely should have led with the Politoed. Okay, so... Incineroar is appealing here. This is a starter team. I don't want to sleep on a starter team. I got pretty far with the starter team. Okay. Honestly, so, like, I hate to do it, but Aerodactyl is really good. Really good here. Meganium's not particularly good in this game. I mean, it's okay. For what it's worth, I think I'm going to try to make it work. Yeah, with Weather Ball, it becomes better. I think I like this. I almost feel like Politoed and Archaludon with Meganium. Incineroar in the back. I didn't feel like there was a ton of value in... Like, if I'm being honest, I didn't feel like there was just a ton of value in... So I kind of want to go... dual wing beat, or... Sorry, no. What do I want to do here? I want to... Tailwind here. Into... a fake out on... Gambit. Now, Rock Blast from this... Because this is Mega Heracross. Mega Heracross has skill link, doesn't it? Okay, just seismic tosses. This is a... I will say, in the games that we've been playing so far, it has definitely felt like we want fighting type moves on... Yeah. Yeah, that has kind of been the case. We just haven't been playing high enough level... Or Sneasler has fallen off, right? One of the two. So I kind of don't expect this, Is the starter King Gambit, Supreme Overlord? I'm gonna try to coaching. Because my brain says you would Sucker Punch here. My brain says you would Sucker Punch. If this is the starter team, he probably doesn't. Lash out. Into the Aerodactyl. Okay. Interesting. Interesting, interesting, interesting. This is a Mega Halucha. Beware the no guard King Gambit guillotine. You're right. We're going. That would actually be pretty awesome. I'd give props to the starter team. I'd have to give props to the starter team. Oof, yeah. I should have. Oh, well. I guess it's fine because I missed the rock slide on Altaria. I was going to say, I probably should have clicked coaching, but... Silent P's getting targeted down. At this point, it's not going to matter because... Oh, I just clicked it into the Gambit. I'm assuming... Well, I should have clicked coaching regardless because I flinched him. This is one of those games where it was like, I definitely just made plays not because they were good. Never punished, right? We make the wrong plays because the wrong plays can be the right plays when they never see it coming. And then I just keep coaching. Crazy work. Crazy work. Going back to that last game, I actually do stand by that idea that Icy Wind probably was the better play that previous turn, because even though the rain ran out, if he'd had electro shotted me that turn, I was probably gonna die anyway, right? But because he didn't, if I'd got Icy Wind off, I would have outsped him the next turn. And then could have muddy watered, but, you know, whatever. Coil 100% Zygarde with coaching is almost... Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. That game was not... I was not in a particularly good position either way, but... Counterpoint to that, you would have gotten more damage off in the rain yourself with muddy water and a chance at another accuracy drop. Okay, this team's interesting. This actually does feel like there's a real world where I lead. Politoed. You know what? This is crazy work. Actually, no. I don't lead Politoed. I'm running it. I'm running it. Aggron is potentially bad. All right. So I've got a couple options here. I think I am going to... Actually, I'm going to dual wing beat into a fake out. I'll shut down this Whimsicott. I'm getting Tailwind up. Hopefully. I did not KO that. That's crazy. Don't love that. Ooh. Tailwind would have... Alright, I think I need it. I think I need to Tailwind. Yeah, Arcanine. That makes sense. He didn't Tailwind, actually. Interesting. What did you do? Oh, he's just going for damage. Lefties. Yeah, real interesting. Okay. Yeah, I think if I didn't know they were going to play that way, I think I'd have been better off tailwinding that first turn. This is interesting. Okay. I'm going to protect this turn. And Muddy Water, although I may just get hit with a grass move. Also, one small nuance in the game, you can intentionally choose to not Mega to get a Water-type Weather Ball with your Polytip. Oh, that's true. I did not think about that. That's an interesting idea. Wait, hold up. Did I actually miss? That is... the worst. What is this match, dude? Oh my gosh. I'm going to try to dual wing beat again, and I'm going to protect this turn. That's crazy. I want this Whimsicott gone, because it's being obnoxious. He play roughed into... What? Brother. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Alright, I'm gonna helping hand this rock slide. Alternatively, there's a world where I icy winded there. And that might have been the better play. I'm not entirely sure Grandpa speed matchup to... Okay. All right, this is exciting. We finally get to do it. Nah, I don't know what he has in the back. If it's Aggron. Yeah, this is actually... Oh, actually, this is really good. Yeah, no, this is actually pretty good. So I think Drampaw is less scary to me at the moment. So I honestly think that because he also doesn't have Berserk off. So I think I do that. And Muddy Water. Helping hand into the that might have been better. Did a lot. I think he's speed invested too. What the heck? I should have icy winded. I didn't need the helping hand. Tell me that wasn't a crit. Yeah, he's speed invested though, so. All right, we should be able to pull this off then. That did us so much damage, and now he's. Now we're in an interesting position. Yeah, that kind of threw me off too. I was like, is he not Berserk? Unless I don't think this is how it works, but is there a world where oh, actually it might work this way. So, Berserk boosts the Pokemon special attack when it takes a hit that causes its HP to become half or less. Does that mean it has to be an actual attack as opposed to... Because if so, that's really funny. Dude, I need to check Bulbapedia. It'll give an actual in-depth explanation of that probably. Okay. Oh, now this looks like a real team. Bar that Frostlass, Meganium actually looks pretty good here. I cannot fake out... Incineroar as a lead does not look too bad. Yeah. Incineroar. Arch Politude in the back. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. I ran out of time. I don't like that lineup. Arch Gardevoir Chomp. All right. Things to note. That Gardevoir did not have Trace Pop. I don't think. Yeah, we're gonna try to dual wing beat. I think that might be Zeraora. It doesn't do a lot. Garchomp punches. No, that might just be Gardevoir. Okay. I might have should have tailwinded there. Honestly, I can kind of make that switch. That's possible. Delayed Mega. Yeah. Dig? Dig? Bro, I wish I had Earthquake on this Aerodactyl right now. Right. Right. I could Rock Slide. Yeah, I think Tailwind's actually the correct thing to do here. No shot it's targeting the air. Hey, stranger things have happened. Stranger things have happened. Now, the fun thing here is if I bring in Politoed, it's going to strengthen his waterfalls. But I also really... Well, actually... I do bring in Incineroar for the Intimidator. Garchomp has been double intimidated. And might just click Dig. Oh, I did not... Liquidation. I totally did not realize I did not hit the button. That's embarrassing. Okay. Well. Tailwind is up. I know I'm going to set the rain into this guy's water moves. I think that's fine. He's been intimidated. Yeah, that does nothing. I can't believe I didn't Mega Evolve my Meganium. That's so funny. That's very funny. Honestly not too bad. Granted, the first few matches were obviously... even that match was... I mean, we're in Great Ball, but I mean, that was still kind of a wonky match. It was interesting. Okay, this... is interesting. Because Metacham... Uh-oh. OBS disconnected for a second. Are we good? Are we back? Oh gosh. This might be... I have to bring Metacham or Meganium. I think Meganium is more valuable. I think Meganium has more potential here than Metacham. Greninja Lucario. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna Tailwind. Oh crap. Did I default a... I was paying attention to stream and not my timer. Oh gosh, it went into Lucario. That's really bad. He's bone rushing. Now it's gone entirely. Oh my gosh. Okay. So this is like really, really not good. There's no audio? Okay, this is a horrible scenario. I'm trying. What a bad time for this to go down. This is a bad match. I was so distracted by the stream disconnecting that I just, out of the gate, I just threw this game. Put myself in a horrible position immediately. Okay. Okay. gonna try something. I'm gonna try something. This is not good. I'm trying to get myself out of a really bad pickle that I put myself in. Greninja avoided the attack. Great. Love that for me. Okay, Sludge Wave. I really needed that Icy Wind to connect. I used Thunder Punch. So there was no world I was coming back from that. My thought was if I Icy Winded, if I dropped Greninja speed, there was a chance of knocking it out. I mean, I just get bullet punched, right? He's not even a... He's an ice type right now. He ice beamed me the first turn, right? Okay, this is a bad game. Oh, it's still almost knocked him out. He's Focus Sash too. So I did... Whatever. Whatever. We do live one. There was no real coming back from that. After the beginning. Fumbling the bag at the beginning. That was just really bad. Because I got nothing off him on turn 1. All right, I gotta lock in. I've gotta lock in now. Okay. Yeah, the idea was I wasn't supposed to have Meganium in on those 2 leads in particular. Okay, Meganium can do okay here. There's a couple things I gotta keep in mind. This is a rain team as well. So there's a world where I don't even need to bring Politoed. I think my own Arch looks pretty good. Yeah, honestly, there's a world that he is a lead. I don't disagree with that. Maybe even a... Is this a Dactyl Meganium lead? We'd also see Arch, Ensign. Poly turn 1, good All right. So parting shot could definitely happen here. I think there's a real world. Is this crazy? There's a world this is a double protect turn 1. I think this might just be a double protect turn 1. I kind of want to see what... And then into a hyper voice. Sure. If I tailwind here... I'm wondering how much Solar Beam. Gardevoir's fairly bulky. I also might just get Flare Blitzed by this. That's a real possibility. I probably should have clicked Rock Slide. Actually, I definitely should have clicked Rock Slide. I'm just kind of curious how much this does. Just over half. And it's Calm Minding. Now, if it had done that turn 1, I'd be a lot less happy. Okay, I think... Hospitality, yep, that's really gross. This got really bad really quick. This might be crazy. I think I'm gonna... I'm gonna try to get as much damage onto this. Oh, I was going into that slot anyway. Okay, that was at -2. Alright, I actually am okay with that. Now we might see a... Okay. Marcelo down here. He's gonna bring in his Incineroar. Not ideal. Yeah. We'll just try to get as much damage as we can. You didn't do it. That actually might take out the Gardevoir. Yeah, he wanted to ensure the... Okay, that's crazy. Yeah. That's actually pretty alright with me. So I almost think I protect. Tailwind's up for one more turn. I think I protect and Darkest Lariat into the Basket Legion. There's a world I should have... A crit. You could Electric Shot into the Basket Legion and drain something similar to boost up your in-game and risk. I think that was the correct... I mean, I think there's multiple plays that could have been made there. I think that was a fine play. The no fake out was insane. I think that actually... And that's why I made the play that I did. On the off chance he did not fake out. But I did not expect him to not fake out. Okay. We see this is a rain team. This is a rain team. Okay. If I ever seen one. Milo's scary. I do need Arch. I just don't know who I lead with. Meganium's good here too. Arch Meganium. Question is it wasteful to bring in Cineroar? Not necessarily. That might be a crazy. That might be a crazy. So he does bring his Poly. Right, so we intimidate back. I kind of feel like a double fake out, to be honest with you. Because why not, right? Okay, this is... So this is interesting. This is... Mega Gyarados. Ooh, if I'd have known that for sure, I could have Drain Punched into that slot. And I'd have been sitting beautifully. So Mold Breaker is in effect. Problem is, there's no way. There's no way I outspeed. I'm gonna taunt this Politoed just in case. Okay, protect. Oh, he's going Surf. There's a real world that I... Solar Beam. I'm gonna Solar Beam and swap to Arch here. Did I Mega? Okay. I got nervous because I... He's focus punching? What? Bro, if he focus punches... Last game we won. Right? We won because they threw. Yeah. What is Focus Punch Politoed? That's some crazy work right there. Alright. If I'd known for sure he was going to lead... The special Gyarados is wild. I'll say that much. There's a world this Politoed protects. I'm gonna D-Gleam. psychic things. Okay, bro. By the way, I wanted to ask, have you seen any of Celia's stupid ROM hack? I've heard about it, but I haven't watched it or anything. I think Patters played it recently, but I haven't seen anything about it really. Okay, that was actually an okay move. I'd love to watch you play it blind. It's wild. It's actually incredibly good. Is this... I know that there was, like... Wasn't there, like, one where it was, like... There were some ROM hacks where, like, there were, like, 1,000 typings in the game, and then there was some where it was, like, none of the type matchups, I think, made sense. Ooh. So here, I really wish that what is this? What is this? Okay, this is crazy. This one uses a lot of meta humor of like Pokemon history and little tweaks. They did just find things funny. You don't take it seriously at all, but it's essentially a giant puzzle of Pokemon. Okay, I'll have to check it out. That might be something. Might be something we do at some point. Honestly, that does decent damage for that to be neutral and for that to be a Hisuian Goodra. I mean, at this point, I'll just hit you for the neutral Draco, I guess. That honestly might be enough to take it out. There's a reference to the Mew under the truck. And Misty is a Pokemon TCG player. That's funny. Professor Oak is a literal tree. That's fun. A Goodra avoided Weather Ball. I thought Weather Ball was 100% accurate. Is this Bright Powder Goodra? I just put up a 3-hour video of him playing it in a 15-ish hour session. Wow. Wow. I'm watching a couple of these. Okay, cool. Yeah, I might check it out. That'd be a fun, like, maybe like one-off or like a couple of streams or something. And then maybe cut it into a video. That was one of those battles where it kind of felt, it didn't feel great to win. I feel like I've had a couple of those where it was just like the battle didn't feel great winning. But, you know, it is what it is. But I mean, we're not playing high level, right? But I mean, we're in upper Great Ball tier right now, right? Okay. Rain looks really good here. Yeah, Tinkaton's a bit of a problem. That's weak to fire. This may be crazy. Actually, no. I'm gonna bring... No, fire resist fairy. Archelodon would be... Maybe I shouldn't have brought Meta Jam. Maybe I should have brought... I'm so bad at... Dude, doubles, I'm so bad at Team Freeze. I'm so bad at Team Freeze for doubles. Okay. So this is awful. Well, this is actually, no. This is okay. What's gonna happen here? Is I'm gonna try to set up a tailwind. He is gonna fake out my Aerodactyl, probably. No, he faked out. Oh, that's actually fantastic. That's amazing, actually. I didn't either. Which is interesting. I'm gonna dual wing into the Quaquaval, and then I'm also going to Psycho Cut into the Quaquaval. I could also taunt the Incineroar. Actually, I think I just want to ensure the Quaquaval goes down. I thought about taunting into the Incineroar for the, Wow, we lived that. That's great. I guess it wasn't neutral. I guess, too, he was maybe expecting it to be Mega Metacham and to just wipe the guy immediately. Oh, this is fantastic. This is fantastic positioning for me. Because here, I just click Rock Slide. And then I click Coaching. Did I miss the Incineroar? Well, he'll target the Metacham then, so. Luckily we get that up before. So we're sitting in a pretty good spot. We've neutralized the Intimidate on... At this point, I bring in Memphis. Okay, so the Tinkaton will be a problem, but... Luckily... Alright, what? We got... This is the last turn of Tailwinds. There's a world that I protect here so that I can ensure I get Tailwind up. Or it is their last two Pokemon, so I can also just... I can actually also just click Icy Wind. I'm pretty sure Tinkaton's slow, but I just want to make sure that I'm outspeeding the... the Tinkaton. Right, so this is actually great. This is actually a great position to be in. So you just Gigaton hammered. So most likely, you don't have another Steel move. And you can't Gigaton Hammer again. Problem is I don't have fire coverage if I don't do it. Now, granted, I could... I think I Weather Ball into the Tinkaton, and... I might even Helping Hand. Is that crazy? I'm kind of just curious what happens here. How much this does. Actually, I probably should have took out the Intimidate. That was a bad call. That was a very short-sighted play. Oh, it's Thunder Wave. Tinkaton is dead then. Here's the thing. This might be the wrong play. I think I'm going to protect two, because he's likely going to... No, it would be smarter for him to Flare Blitz. Yeah, okay. That was the correct play. I just figured on the off chance that he went into the Politoed, I was burning an extra turn. So I could have... the better play would have been to have just muddy water there. Because with the rain up, the Flare Blitz wasn't doing enough. I'm too short-sighted in double battles, man. I feel like I've got to make decisions quick, and I can't think through every possibility. That's the thing I'm trying to get better at. And I guess it's one of those things where it's like, it's hard to play out the possibilities until you either see them happen or, you know, whatever. But I'm in a position where I don't think either play was terrible. I'm just... Am I... Tinkaton. Oh, he's base 94 speed. He's a lot faster than I thought he was. I should know. I used Tinkaton on a draft team. I just forgot he was that fast. I mean, I didn't think it was slow, but I didn't think it was that fast. All right. Can we get a 10th? Honestly, I would love to see if we can hit Ultra Ball. Like, if we hit Ultra Ball with this team, I'll feel pretty accomplished. Honestly. 10 wins or hit Ultra Ball. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Arch. Unfortunately, this is not a good team for Meganium. However, yeah, that's not a thing he can do. Honestly, most of these guys are special. I mean, yeah, special attackers. I hate to not bring Meganium to this, but I feel like this makes the most sense. Incineroar's all right here. Venusaur is the scariest thing, I think, on this team to me. Oh, this is great. One thing I will say is the 4 you brought looks like it will struggle with Arch. Yeah. So I always rock slide here. No, this could be this. I guess this could be physical, bro. I should probably fake out. I know I'm gonna get flame bodied. I'm gonna get flame bodied, and it's gonna stink. It is Y. Okay, that's good. Beats me. Beats me. But I'll take it. I think the crazier thing is that they led that and then stayed in with both of them. I'm going to rock slide here. And then this is not Mega Venusaur now, so that's great. I love that. There's a world where I should taunt. Nah, most of the time they're not running like Leech Seed, Venusaur, and Double. So the only reason I did was in case it was Sash. With them putting it out as a lead, I thought there was a world that they might be sashing the Volcarona. And then quivering. Oh no! He only got one hit on the triple axle. Oh, that's rough. I actually would have loved for the Aerodactyl to die there. But... I kind of, yeah. Ugh. Yeah, I was kind of hoping that triple axle was gonna take out Aerodactyl. I'm not gonna lie. And honestly, there's a good chance that Volcarona was not sashed. I will say that, but with it being a lead, it was just like not a risk I wanted to take. Hold on. Cancel matchmaking. Okay, I have got to try and make it to Ultra Ball. I'm hoping. I'm hoping one more win could do it, but oh, I don't love this. Okay, how do I shut down? All right, I think. Oh yeah, Mega Stormy skill swap shenanigans. Ugh. Ooh. Okay. I'm gonna lead with these guys. I'm gonna try to bring Meganium. I don't know that it's for the best. I've seen people do this with Belly Bolt and King Gambit before. Oh no, well that's not encouraging. I brought Archaludon. I think that's who I was gonna bring anyway. That's fine. Maybe not. Let's see. Pelipper Starman. Okay. Here's the thing. I'm gonna fake out the Starmie. Hard swap and send Roar into Archaludon. Alright, I'll try it. Oh, he double protected. Okay. So what if I taunted... this? He's faster than me, right? Flip turn. That makes sense. I wasn't thinking about flip turn. Ooh. It's turning me into a water type. I see what you're doing here. Okay. Use parabolic charge to heal. Okay, I don't know what speeds are looking like here. Let's... Coaching, protect. That's probably not a bad play. Okay, Pelipper protects. Okay, that's okay. Alright, so I think I can bring in a lawn here. Actually, I think this is a pretty okay position. Solar Beam that slot, and then Electro Shot. double into the belly bolt. I don't know enough about belly bolt to know. I probably should have. Electro. Okay. I see the game. And I'm gonna miss that. That's wonderful. Oh gosh, he's bulky. That's really bad. That's really bad. Okay. Actually, this is not bad. This is not bad. I lost my grass typing. This is actually really good. Okay, hold on. We just lost our grass typing. We're water right now. So Pelipper can't hit me super effectively with the Hurricane. I'm doubling up on the Gambit, I think. Oh, that's awesome. Now he still has that Starmie in the back, which is obviously a problem. Protect the Meganium, and Incineroar is not a water type. Alright. Actually, I probably should just double attack, right? I'm faster than it. Except if he gets Tailwind up. Tailwind is an issue. Okay. Okay. Now, we're in an interesting place. I think we lose. He has Tailwind up now. Right, I think I just attempt to get that off. I mean, he just takes out my... Yeah. I did not know that, oh, that's funny. I didn't know that, that's the first time I've ever seen Belly Bolt used, I think. So the soak strat was interesting. For sure. All right. I have to try one more and see. Man, I really wanted to hit Ultra Ball. I really wanted to hit Ultra Ball. Okay, this is a... This is a game where Arc looks good into a fair bit of this team. Actually, oh, it probably is. I feel like I have to go with the reliable, I say reliable lead. This is the last match. I'm gonna bring Meganium. It's bad. It's bad here. I should have bought Incineroar. Why didn't I grab Incineroar? Ooh, we're about to play a fun game. We're about to play a really, really fun game. I know that's... You're right, that is probably the better play. The problem is I want to make the more risky play. That's the problem. I want to do the risky play, which is Rock Slide for the flinch. And then set up Tailwind next turn, but... Oh, he's Megadactyl. He's Megadactyl. That's a problem. Well, not necessarily, right? This could pay off huge. Oh, that did not do as much as I would have liked to seen it do. Oh, but we get the flinch. That's huge. That actually worked out better. I was hoping... Because I have Tailwind up. It had no speed investment? Wait, did he tailwind too? Oh, he did tailwind. I missed that. Oh. Hmm. We definitely rock slide here. And click coaching. Because he's going to try and sucker punch Metacham, probably. Oh, or not. I guess dual wing beat makes sense. That actually is far more optimal. This is fine. I think. Not necessarily. Protect this turn. Hope he targets Meganium with the Aerodactyl. Is what I need. Actually, this might be okay. Yeah, Muddy Water might have been better. Let's see. Is it Defiant? No. Alright, Tailwind is petered out. Okay. So I have to Weather Ball here. There's a World Eye Helping Hand. Protect is probably safer. I think Icy Wind. Oh, he's Quick Claw. Sucker Punch. That's rough. That's rough. Ooh. Yeah, that feels real bad. That feels awful. Super crit. Muddy Water. Does he get sucker punched? Yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't matter. It truly does not matter. I'm gonna... I don't think there's anything I could do after... That is insane that I outsped that Aerodactyl after we both got that up. Yeah, I've won some games due to it. All right, I think it is midnight, so I think that is gonna be where I need to end this one off. Honestly, that wasn't a terrible run. We ended up what, 10-4? That wasn't terrible. Definitely did some interesting stuff. There was some times Meganium did not necessarily shine as brightly as I would have liked, but it got to do some stuff. We got to bring it. It got to do some stuff, which is good. Obviously, that's kind of the challenge whenever, especially, we are pulling a random mon from the recruitment pool. Like, we're gonna probably end up with some, like, I think Meganium really needs to be on a team that's optimized to making it succeed. And I don't necessarily know that... And honestly, we never ran into any of the big problems that I expected to run into. Like, we didn't see a single Sneasler, which is kind of crazy to me. I don't know if it's, like, become anti-meta or something. But we never saw a Sneasler, which is insane. I mean, Charizard ended up being the most prominent, like, reoccurring threat to Meganium. So I think maybe in a world where we tweak some things, like we probably could have got off better with a fighting type move on Metacham in most of those games that we were in, but like, you know, you never know what you're going to be up against. But honestly, for a first stream, 10-4, not bad. The team we made, not amazing, but it did well enough, right? Especially playing that like low to mid tier. So anyway, hopefully next week we will be able to come up with something and cook with something fun. We're gonna be using Mega Imbor next week, so that's gonna be interesting. Biggest things I saw was fighting move on Metacham and Unnerve on Aerodactyl. Yeah, in all fairness, I forgot to even check what Aerodactyl's other ability was. I kind of forgot that it had another ability, to be honest with you. But yeah, Unnerve, that would have probably been good to have. And that was just an oversight. In fact, I'll probably go change that. You know what? In fact, we'll go do that right now before we end off. We didn't click taunt much, and there were a few times that I really wanted to click it, but like there were a few times that I wanted to click it and just never did. Yeah, I never even checked what its other ability. I knew it had Rockhead, or is it Rockhead? Yeah, I knew it had Rockhead, but I kind of forgot that Unnerve was a thing. So yeah, like that's a change that I would make. I don't know that I would necessarily change Metacham. There's a chance that maybe we took taunt off because there was really rarely ever a time. I think in the match with the Pelipper, that would have probably been a good, the Pelipper Belly Bolt thing, that would have probably been a good one to taunt Pelipper, but in all fairness, I had not seen the Soak Parabolic Charge strategy, so that wasn't something I was familiar enough with to see coming ahead of time. But I think there were other things in that game, though, besides that were kind of problematic. But overall, you know, for a first run with the team, I think this was fun. I'm gonna go update. Let me stop sharing this team. And maybe what I'll do is I'll maybe put this in. Because I think that is a fair change to make. I'm gonna take the face cam off for a second. But I think Unnerve definitely would have been a better thing on Aerodactyl. And hopefully too, as we get a little bit better, get back into this, we'll be able to build teams a little bit more quickly so that we can play more games. But honestly, I mean, we got a decent amount of games in too. I think that's the one fun thing about Champions that I really like, is that the games happen pretty quick, so you can get a lot in. But yeah, we'll get better at the team building process. And again, like I said, I am still I'm still feel like a scrub when it comes to VGC, but I'm trying to learn. And I think yeah, like we started at 7 and didn't start battle until 9:30. Granted, it was probably almost 7:30 before we actually started team building, but you know, that's part of it. But yeah, no, I think this was a decent. I think Metacham was kind of a challenge to incorporate into this team, but I think we used it pretty well, considering, like, on paper it doesn't necessarily look great paired up with the Meganium, but we were able to use it in a way that I think set up especially the Aerodactyl and the Incineroar in a couple of cases to be in, like, really good spots. And those two were good at kind of dealing with things that Meganium couldn't. So maybe we stalled a little too long on them on that. We chose as the Mega and then the drafting part. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think maybe we'll try to go a little bit quicker on that. And honestly, like, next time too, I'll probably try to be a little bit more now that I've got everything set up and we're ready to do this. Next time I can be a little bit more prepared. Like, all of this stuff I literally got basically set up late last night, and was working on it a little bit when I got home today. So next time, hopefully we will be able to build more efficiently. Hi Ash, you hopped in right at the end of the stream. But anyway, maybe give us like a 10-minute timer on the random drafted mon. That way we can't overthink anything, and we have to just work with whatever we got. Maybe even shorter time than that. Maybe we just do. I think on the drafted mon, like 5 minutes is really like all that we really need, because I think the whole idea of using the random mon, or I say random, but like a mon from the recruitment pool, is that, like, it's most likely not going to be optimal unless we just see something that is an obvious obvious like match that's like just perfectly suited, right? And I definitely don't think we had that this time. Like there's a world where like the Noivern could have been cool, but I think Aerodactyl served the purpose better. So yeah, we will figure all of that stuff out. And again, this is a thing about like just trying to like get better at it and kind of learn to team build a little bit better, you know. So we'll figure it all out. But anyway, thank you guys for watching, hanging out in the stream. I enjoyed this a lot. I'm very excited for next week already. And yeah, like I said, we'll be next week we will be working on Mega Imbor, which I think will be a lot of fun. I'm not a big Imbor fan, but we'll see what we can do. And then after we get through the starters, like I said, the format and the formula might change a little bit, but this is kind of how we're getting things started, kind of testing out the new format. So we'll see how it goes, but thank you guys for watching. If I made this into a VOD later, a sort of a condensed version of this video, and you watched it, leave a like, I guess. I don't know. I will say, I think the music's a little loud, but it seemed to change so drastically on each screen. Yeah, it does change quite a lot. Luckily, in post, I can fix that if I need to, but I'll be able to listen to this back and adjust it for next time, hopefully. Yeah, have yourselves a wonderful night, and I will catch you guys all later.